You got me higher than a plane up in the sky. The DJ got my body moving side to side. I took a pill, now I don't know what's left or right. Find me that after party, no sleeping tonight. Whoa, I wanna feel the drinks until the morning light. Won't lay my head until I come down from this flight. The room is spinning, but the music hitting right. I'm so wasted.
Friday, everyone's exhausted. Okay. Get going. Reflections, last day on reflections, hopefully. Not much more to do. Ugh. Let's save that. So, what we're going to work on is let's open the room. Prefab reflections room. So this is 2 prefabs. What I want to do is make independent to work with reflections. We'll do it on, we'll get rid of that. If we call make independent, it makes this an independent prefab, meaning I can move things in the prefab around. Because it's no longer linked together as a prefab. Well, it is still a prefab, but it's no longer linked to the original prefab. However, the reflections don't work, as you can see. They don't update. Let's revert that. We'll put this at a known location. 1, 1. Save it. And then we want to load in prefab reflections.room by default. Game config. Prefab reflections. Now we can start working on it. So it's just because we're not actually calling generate reflections in the renderer. Oh, it's not in there. It's in video window. I do it. There we go. So if we call make independent, we have our independence now. But if we save that and load that, let's check we can save that and load that. It's still an independent prefab, should be. Yeah. So basically the reflections are wrong, as you can see. So game board content. When we do the reflection renderer for prefab, this is it. We've got an independent instance ID now. So basically it goes in here and it's meant to go in here and is to do. So we need to do this now. So what is this then? So I think all this is what value is this? A U64. So this is an opt-ref of game or content prefab. Okay, let's see what happens here. If we do this, okay, so we don't work. We don't get reflections. So we didn't find the independent instance ID. So maybe we need to do it. It's probably just because it's not in the cache. The CC get is the content cache. So prefab data, we need to just get it from the file instead. Prefab instance path. Prefab instance path. So rather than independent instance ID, prefab instance path. It should be able to, so I'll put it in the I'll put it in the cache then, because it can load it from disk because it has a path. There we go. We need to get rid of a bunch of these as well, because a lot of this is not used anymore. A lot of this is not used anymore. Alright, there we go. So the reflections disappears there, but that's because the tree's going behind the pond. That's awesome. Is that all there is then? So let's load this. Let's assume we have this. We can go make independent. And if we go revert, it goes back. Make independent, put that over there. Save as new prefab. Cool. Okay. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. There's another place where this happens as well. Somewhere. Where would that be? I do remember writing that to do. Somewhere. Quite a lot of to-dos actually. Loads of to-dos. Why is this not const? Interesting. It's interesting to do. Why is location a copy? To do crafting benches need an attribute controller. Some STB to-dos, which are not me. Proper frame smoothing, that works. Oh, there it was. Independent instance ID. Brush tile generator. Ah, so this is compiling independent instance is into the game. I think this should be fairly easy to fix as well. So optref prefab, what is it? Game board content, prefab content, independent instance, what is it? Prefab instance path. Prefab content is that, else this is prefab data, prefab instance path. So do we have the actual prefab brush instance path? So I think we can just do this. Prefab brush, what is it? Content brush instance path. If not prefab content, return. And then we can just do this. Okay. Test. Let's have a look at the mic. All right, cool. Depends if we hit this code path. We didn't. Can move something, rebuild, and hit it. So the prefab so this is the prefab instance, then we've got the brush instance. Yeah, I think that's actually what we want to use. So let's have a look where... Oh, there is no brush instance path. I don't know what the difference between a prefab instance and a brush instance is. So this actually has to be... a little bit different. Brush source. So we have to get the brush, prefab brush ID. And then get from the brush source file. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the difference between the... We've got two different files. Prefab instance and the brush instance. What is the difference? Oh, one is the prefab and one is a copy of the brush. Yeah, okay, no problem. We can change both if we want. Alright, cool. So if we run this, okay, we get it, but there's no reflections in the game yet, just in the editor. So if we revert that, one of the other thing I had was if we highlight over it, this is an actual on the to-do or on the bugs list. So this is a prefab now. If I highlight over it, it doesn't select, or doesn't highlight the pond. Look into what's going on there. So that's the game board editor. So it's in draw intersection candidate. So there isn't a prefab version of this. By the looks of it. So it might just be an outline batch. Yes, for the instance, which is the prefab. So begin outline batch draw. And then we want the pond and the tree. So this is a prefab. Gonna cost draw. Pond. So it's type Z, value 2096. So begin pond, draw reflections, end pond. So I think what it is for the ponds in world, we don't have an outline shader for ponds. Ponds in world. I think that's what it is. So we could either put an outline shader in, or we could just draw. like the outline of the pond. How easy would it be to do the outline shader? Probably fairly well. What would you need to do? I think it might be quite challenging actually in the actual level editor. So what we could do is we could say, so what's the intersection candidate? I'll draw game mode editor. How do we draw intersection candidate type pond? How do we do that? So we're just drawing around the spline. So we could do that. Problem with that is if we set, so we only where we know we want to draw the outline is that the Z bias or Z is set to a concrete Z value, which isn't really a good indication. So the way we could do it is we could say if Z bias or Z is Z, else this is a bit of a hack really. We do this. This is offset. So we just draw the actual around the pond instead. See, we get that, which is fine, I think. I think that's probably fine. The non-hacky way to do this would be to make a draw intersection candidate for prefab. Oh, we do have one. Make one for prefab. And what would that do? It could call draw intersection candidate on everything in the prefab. That would be a lot of. The nice thing about this approach is if it's not a pond. Let's find another one. So this prefab here is not a pond. Night Child, how's it going? I think we just leave it at that. I think that's fine. We'll explain it's a bit of a hack. So I'll be like, why am I doing this? Hope you're alright, Night Child. So the renderer for pond. So this is a bit of a hack. This is like just tidying up a bit of loose ends, Night Child, at the moment with this reflection stuff. And then I have this to do, which is like, currently, if a pond is part of a prefab, and I want to highlight the whole prefab, the ponds weren't having any outline drawn, so I'd do that and it'd just be the tree that's outlined. The real way to fix that would make an outline shader for the pond. Or the hacky way to fix it is this: just draw the actual spline of the pond, which is what I'm doing. Or we could put a context in the Z bias or Z and be like, why are we drawing? Why is it Z? So we could do something like enum class EZ bias or Z context. None. Outline. As long as you move, etc. All the prefab are not the tree. See the components of the prefab? Yeah, that's another thing. Like I could change it so when you highlight over the prefab, everything in the prefab gets highlighted, which is also good. Which might be better. Maybe. So for instance, yeah, if I put this one in, that's so that there is a light and but the thing, the outline shader, it's just outlining the whole thing rather than the components of the prefab. Prefabs in the game, I think, are actually not going to be very big. Imagine a table with like some cups and saucers on it, and some bottles and stuff. Hi, Borrow Checker, how's it going? Runtime in Rust is a pain. Going to try Zig, cool. Yeah, it might be better. So it might be better to highlight everything in the prefab independently. Oops. So what you can do is make independent and then move stuff in the prefab around. Still part of the same prefab though. I don't know. I think what I'll do is I'll just work. I might put this context in possibly. For now. And then we could put the context in. My only concern with making everything highlight is it might be a bit confusing if there's like loads and loads of things in the prefab. I don't know. You might just be like inundated with outlines and bounding boxes and things when you highlight over the prefab. But maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It wouldn't actually be too difficult to do the outlining for every single thing. Just have to write a custom what is it? Draw intersection candidate for type prefab, which would just go through everything in the prefab and do draw intersection candidate for everything in the prefab. And then that would just draw all of the outlines. All right. So this, we've got a make Z here. So we'll do another one. The context. And now we can just say make Z with the outline context. So we're drawing an outline batch here. And now we can say in the pond renderer here, rather than say Z, we could just say context is outline. So it's like we want to render a pond, but we want to render the outline. And we've put it in the ZBase or Z file because struct, because that's where there was space for it. This is the thing that's can change depending on how you want to render things, where you want to render things in the Z order. Because obviously outlines need to get rendered to a different sent to a different part of the render, and it does that with Z, you see. All right. There's a little bit of drifting as well. Got the kind of being drawn the wrong way around for the outline. See, what I need to do is whenever there's drag, I don't want to draw anything outlined at all whenever the camera is dragging, whenever the mouse is dragging, because it gets in the way. Like if I had some kind of collision. There's multiple ones there. Whenever I drag, I don't really want any kind of boxes to appear or anything. Because it just gets in the way of what, if you don't line it up really with something really accurately. I need to work on that. So fixed. So currently we have reflections in the editor, not in the game though. Don't appear in the game yet, so we'll work on that. We'll work on that now. This is just this one case here is a good case. 2 renders, twice the work. 2 renderers, twice the work. 1 renderer. These are different types of content that you send through the renderer though. This has got level editor stuff in it. This is just like a mesh. So hopefully the back end of the renderer will be entirely the same. It's just this is drawn in 2 different. This draw stuff is different to this draw stuff because they're actually different. This is like a level sprite, and this is like normal sprite content data with all sorts of level editor stuff in it. Whereas this is just like a mesh and a texture. So hopefully it won't take very long to actually hook up the reflections. Just need to actually do it in the game level. But yeah, I don't have to completely rewrite everything. He says, we'll see. Same shaders and everything. Same back end of the renderer. Alright, cool. So this is like a content brush instance renderer for the pond. This is a level editor thing. So I can do things like outline, because the level editor requires the outlines. The game won't. And if it does require an outline, it would be a different outline that's a lot nicer than just, you know, there'd be anti-aliasing on it and stuff. Maybe specifically for the game. So, game level. This is currently the draw loop for the game level. So it just goes through all the sprites in the room, and says if it's grass, draw it this, if it's rivers, draw this, if it's ponds, draw this. And I've got this thing to do, draw reflections. So we'll see how easy this is. So what I might do, so we've got shadow bias here. This is actually 0 for the bias right now. not the shadow bias. Or even better, it's the bias. So the bias is like, if a bias is present, not a shadow bias, but a reflection bias, that is indication that we're reflecting. So if it's 0, we're not reflecting. If it's not 0, we're either reflecting or we're drawing shadows, depending on the context. So really what we want is we want to draw the room and send in a bias. I think that's how it's going to work. So I'm going to have void draw room. Canvas room, and then we'll have a bias. And possibly a. So here's the thing, yeah. We need the reflector as well. So this actually is draw reflections, not draw room. Ooh. So draw reflections, we want float. No bias. We want const reflector. I think this is how it's going to work. The bias is actually dependent on the sprite. So we've got on draw reflections as well. I'm not sure why we'd need that. That might be for like a hook in. That's a hook, so we can extend drawing reflections. Okay. This is just gone now. Where is the reflector? It's in game board content. Put it in render types. Render types. So I'm wondering, maybe I should do a draw room. So I could do like using draw context types. Reflector. And there'll be more because there'll be like shadows and stuff, but we'll have this now. And then what I want is I draw a room. It can just be passed by value, really. Room name. And then draw context types. Context. Like this. And maybe not. Oops. I'm just riffing this. I'm just trying to like figure out how I actually want to do this. I think like draw reflections is going to be different enough to just tick room. That is worth having it in its own thing. All right, tick room. So when we get to pond, we just do auto what would it be? Reflector bounds pond is ponds sprite content index. Ponds dot reflection bounds translate by sprite position. The Z is the pond Z. And then we do draw reflections, canvas, room name, reflector. Now I just want to check that this reflector bounds is correct. So we'll do it here. So the reflector bounds is like the area on the level that if you fall into, you're going to contribute to the reflections. What we also want to do is launch straight into the game. So let's just see what this reflection bounds is. Here we go. So that's the reflection bounds. So if you fall into this bounding box, you're going to contribute to the reflections. What I want to do is also check it's not on 0, 0, because I just want to make sure that if it was on 0, 0, translations wouldn't mean anything in the bounds. So it's on 1, 1, so that's all right. Right, so we have the right bounds. The Z is the pond Z, so that's just where the pond is going to get drawn in the draw order, because you have to make sure that we're in front. And then we're going to call draw reflections. So, oops, I need to ban the word stream boo. You probably can't see that. The Twitch chat's restricted it, but every day I get people trying to sell viewers. It's like, why would you do that? Okay. So let's do this in draw reflections. I'll just say if sprite type is equal to normal. We'll do the normal because the little tree sprite there is just classed as normal. The bounds is equal to sprite local bounds translate sprite position. Now hopefully this is true for all types of sprite, so I can test it here, but we'll have to make sure. We can say if not bounds intersect reflector bounds continue, and the Z for normal is that if Z is behind the reflector Z, continue. Otherwise we can draw it. Which is this. This is sprite reflection bias. This is just Z as well. Okay. actually we want to just pass the room. Whoops. Right. See if this works, eh? Hey, it works. Z bias is off. The reflection bias is off. Zero. So we have to fix that somehow. Okay, so what's the origin? Is it off by the origin? That is the question. So let's just see where the sprite position actually is. That's obviously the point we want to reflect about. There. Right, okay. So we've called this shadow bias as well. It's actually just bias now. So I think wherever we see shadow bias, it's actually bias. So we've got bias and then Y. I think it's that this origin Y doesn't need to be there. Now. So that goes away. That goes away. Width, height, world, minus bias. There's a lot in here that I don't know if we need anymore. This is where method overloading is bad. Because I can't really tell what uses what. Gone too big. There we go. That's working now. I wonder in Visual Studio, if anybody is watching, how do I find out how many references to this there is? Because that doesn't work. Find references. Maybe it does work. Just have to ignore these. So this, yeah, this is used by the what looks like draw level tree in world. That isn't used by anyone though. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Well, no, let's before we start hacking things to pieces. Let's just check in. So we'll get rid of that. See if we haven't destroyed everything. I think trees are drawn a different way now. And then in the mesh generator, mesh helper, any reference to this now? No. So let's get rid of that. Need to go through these and clean it all up. Right, someone's using that. Did we just delete the wrong one there? So which one did we just delete? Who uses this one? Apparently nobody uses. Oh no, draw level submesh. It's used here. In this one, draw level submesh. That's used all over the place. Right, we'll leave it. I'll tidy it up in a bit. Let's have a look. which is called CodeLens. So does this work with C++ though? Options, text editor, all languages, CodeLens. Text editor, all languages. See what happens. Froze Visual Studio, but that might be because it's doing a lot of work. No, just crash Visual Studio. So does it do all of? Does it do what I want? Let's just show how many instances. It's for some reason stopped me able to look in the header file. I don't think it does. Oh. Okay, so that's that. We don't need actually now to draw the origin of the normal, right? But what we do need to do is basically all things that support reflections now need this test. If okay, well, so we've done normal. We may as well do cloth. Setting sprite local bounds equal to the cloth bounds there. Why are we doing that? Okay, so let's put some cloth in to this prefab. Or this level, whatever we're drawing. I get it to go behind the tree. What's this prefab at? Minus 500. Let's put it at 0. Let's put the cloth at 0. and bring the cloth forward, not the brush, the actual cloth. Okay, so we'll put that at 0, and then we'll go, we'll select that, and we'll put this at -500. Alright, cool. Okay, so we need the actual reflection for the cloth in there now. So, first though, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? They should be the same. Oh, they're not. It's because it's ticked. It's because it's ticked. The tick changes the bounds. Yeah, no, that's fine. So we can draw reflections now. Don't need to tick the cloth though. I don't think we actually need the cloth for anything. Oh, we do to draw it. Don't need to tick it. This is sprite.reflection bias. And we need to do this test as well. Now, hopefully, we won't have to do this for every single one. We would put it at the top. But we'll get there, we'll see. Z. Hasn't worked. Reflection bias, so bias position.y. So we're not seeing the cloth. So what does the embark renderer for cloth do? That, to be fair, is 0. The reflection renderer. So is this just the same call? Apparently, this is minus sprite origin. Not sure why that would be the case. No. Alright, well, let's pick and see what's going on. nothing in the reflection. Turn that on. This means we can actually, so currently we're only generating reflection, the reflection target once. This means it generates every frame. Okay, so now we can pix. We'll have something in the reflection target, hopefully. All right, reflection. Here we go. What's going on there then? Oh. So that, I think, 384, that draw call there is the flag. But there's nothing there. Yeah. It's black. No. Out from the vertex shader is black. It's too high, look. It's drawing it in the wrong place. Alright. Why is that happening then? It's probably because we need to subtract origin.y. Origin.y is 7, which seems about right. Only from... Whoops. Oh, come on. All of a sudden it doesn't give me access to the CPP files. Ever since I turned that code lens thing on. Just disable it. Might have to do some drastic Visual Studio hacking. So it's here. This is minus origin.y. There we go. Okay, but not... That's broken it in the editor, because they both use the same call. So the renderer for cloth. So we're doing P minus origin there. Why are we doing P minus origin? Let's just take them away for a second, because I don't think that is actually correct. They might be in the wrong place. Oops. So we might have this drawing a bit wrong. Just when we place it in. Just when we actually stamp cloth in. So that is the content painter for cloth. The preview is right, the stamp is wrong. So we've got paintbrush position. That seems fine. So minus 13. Because what I think I need to do is stamp it at a known location. Where is it? Where did I stamp it? Can't grab hold of it now. So stamp it here, right at 0, 0. Right, that looks fine. Position origin looks fine. That's totally fine. So when we come to render it then, I wonder if it's this, ticking at position. So I wonder if it's that the vertices so the offset's only used for the wind. So the cloth vertices position. Right, okay. So it's because the vertices are relative to 0, 0. So again, we've got two of them, one for texture and one for image. Is this used anywhere in the sprite sheets? So build cloth meshing world actually needs to take so if we do position minus origin, and then that is just position. Try that. That one's going to be wrong now. That one is right though. Still no reflection though. Okay, that's right. This is wrong. Because that position there, the sprite position is already taking into account the origin now. Okay, so default level generator, cloth. Let's just run this. Which room we'll be running in at the moment. Just do load it up and then we'll load it from the editor and we'll run it from the editor instead. So the instance position is 12 in X. Interestingly. Or is it 12 in Y? Wrong. Let's put it to a known location. 12 in Y. So let's do 1, 12. 112. There we go. Position is 112. Origin is that. So that seems legit fine. So in game level, room, draw cloth. Ah, look, here we go. So this is probably... No, that's fine. It doesn't actually add on. So the cloth vertices, it has added some stuff on. Oh, it's to do with this. It's to do with the last P. It's to do with when the cloth is actually reset. So the rest P. How do we set the rest P? How do we actually load the rest P in? So we save out the rest P. Of each vertex. So tick. Where do we set the rest P then? We're minusing the origin. So where's this happen? In the level generator. So this step doesn't need to happen anymore. Woo Dragon, how's it going? What am I working on today? Right now, reflections in the game. Right now, cloth, because cloth's a bit well, it's kind of broken. It's not broken, it's just not been written properly, I think. Hope you're alright there. There we go, now it's working. So I've got all the reflections in the level editor. Did that yesterday, or the last couple of days. But they're not in the game yet. Just need to write the last bit of code to do that, which I'm doing. So cloths works and these static sprites work. Okay, cool. Next we will do framed animation. So draw reflection. So I'm just building this draw reflections function basically at the moment. So we'll work upwards like this. So if sprite type is equal to framed animation, we need the actual, make sure that we have the correct, that the framed animation bounds is correct. So that's the sprite frame. So we'll just say auto bounds sprite frame, local bounds translate sprite frame position. Bill's out of control. Yeah, tell me about it. It's expensive, isn't it, to be an adult these days? To find some hard to trace bugs. Yeah. What's that? End up making threads for a map editor. Oh, nice one. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Loading them all at once. Yeah, so same for this as well. So it's a background thing, yeah. It's a lazy loaded thing at the moment, so if it's not ready, it just won't render it. And then it'll pop in. So I don't know how I want to handle that eventually, like going forward, you know. It might be fine because there might not be. Yeah, I mean, think of the way I load. They used to be popping. I might have dealt with that already. I think what happens now is the whole level is loaded at once. So the whole level won't render until all the textures are in on the GPU, and then it will start to render. The idea is it's like fade to black, loading the new level. I don't think I'll need a loading screen because it is quite quick. It'll only take maybe half a second, and then fade up and the level is there. I think that's the idea. Another option, yeah. It's good to have a fallback loading screen in case it is needed. So that might be something that I actually do, like a fallback loading screen. What I don't like is loading screens that are there for half a second. You know what I mean? They just flash in, load, and then flash out again. It's like, why show me that? Just fade out a little bit slower or something, I don't know. Load some areas, yeah. Up in, yeah. Probably won't tackle that until the game is big. So there's a lot of assets coming in and out, streaming in and out, and then tackle it if it ever becomes a problem. I have a really old laptop, which is like I'm going to use as my like minimum spec. So as long as it works well on that, then it'll be okay. Fast fails. Oh, really? Yeah, awesome. Yeah, using lock guards, yeah. Gotta be careful. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. If you've got multi-threading and then you've got a lock guard against all of the work, then it's single-threaded really, isn't it? Because every other thread's just waiting for the work of another thread. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I tend... What's this do? I think I've written the loader and the decompressor in a thread safe way, so they don't need to be. There doesn't need to be any locks. I think that's very old code though, so don't. It might not work like that. I think that's how it works. Try not to use to learn it best. Oh, cool. It's even pushing and erasing a vector on two simultaneous threads. Equals undefined behavior. Pushing and erasing, yeah. Oh, yeah. Reallocate it first. Reallocate it, fill it with a bunch of zeros, then work on it. Yeah. Pushing and erasing at the same time. Yeah, or pushing via two threads. Pushing on the same vector with two threads can be undefined behavior. In some situations. Yeah. Avoid all them bugs. Yeah, so working on a vector multi-threaded is good. That's a good use of multi-threadedness. But you need to make sure that the vector is entirely filled out first. So just fill it out with default objects. And then have each thread work on a different part of the vector. As long as you know the thread's not going to, the vector's not going to change size during the work, you'll be fine after that. Reallocations, yeah. Yeah, usually when you're allocating onto a heap or reallocating, that is a single threaded thing, so that'll have a lock. Or if you have doing a lot of multi-threadedness, you could have a heap per thread as well. That would be fine. Set an unordered map. Those don't reallocate. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. Not entirely sure the implementation of the hash table stuff in SDL. Threads, it's still messy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So we need to add in a framed animation. Just move this out of the way. Don't touch the vector until the thread is done with it. Yeah, exactly. Now, interestingly, we don't have any framed animation coming in. Bamberg, how's it going? You all right? No framed animation being rendered. What's going on there then? Ooh, what's going on? This might be a bug in the level compiler now. Framed animation, nothing is getting here. So framed animations go from 2 to 73. Yeah. 2 to 72, yeah. 73 being one off the end. Project's now done and handed in. Awesome. When they looked at the class diagram, they cringed in horror. Awesome. Just white-faced. Ghost white. Oh dear. A mess. Alright. Let's look at sprites. And then let's look at framed animations. Okay, so the first one's fine. The second one is 114 to 185. $114 to 185. That is also correct. Third one is 259 to 330. She's also correct. So what's going on? The sprite content index must be wrong. Two. Content index is 0. Content index is 1. So they're the wrong way around, those content indices. Thick days, spending too long on certain features. No time. Yeah. It's done though, it's done. Right, so finish. So framed animations. Oh, we need to sort them first. I think we need to sort them first. We make the copies, then we sort them, and then we run them. There'll be lots of niggly little bugs like this for a while until it's established. We get them all out. And we made the game too hard. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is a thing, innit? When you make a game, you get mint at it. You get amazing at it. I need to build it, rebuild it. You have to, you can't forget that everyone's not going to be as good as the developer of the game. Because you play it so often, don't you? You play it so many times. There we go. The animation, the bounding boxes look right though. This game's not going to be a very high skill level game though. It's going to be a casual game, so it should be fine. It should be meant to be easy. My preference for playing games is it to be easy. And he's quite good at platform. Yeah. You just say to your professor, you've got to get good. Get good, mate. It's a hard game. Just get good. Awful with the timing. Yeah. Like this type of game that I'm going to make is going to be wandering around, talking to people, developing relationships, planting things in the ground and watching them grow. So it's not going to be any platformery stuff. Some very light, easy combat. So it's going to be quite casual. So hopefully it will have. I mean, those are the games that I like, but hopefully it means easy to play, and hopefully the replayability will come from the gardening bit. I got scrapped. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So now I need to put this reflection in for the explosion. Okay. So the bounds are correct. So let's just copy this and then delete this. Whoops. Draw reflections, paste that back in. We don't need to tick it. Excuse me. So the sprite position. Yeah, I think that is correct. Well, no, yeah, that is correct. For the Z. This is the reflector. No, this is the sprite reflection bias. Only had 10 days. Exactly, yeah, exactly. And whoever's grading it will take that into account, hopefully. Are you on a game dev course, or is it a general programming course? Right then, let's see if that puts in framed animation. The game dev course right at the beginning. Yeah, okay. There we go. I like the idea that they're not just jumping straight to Unity and Unreal and making you actually code some techie stuff. I like that. That's not common, I don't think. I mean, maybe it is. I thought it wasn't common. Like game dev courses usually they're really just like how to make games in Unreal Engine. But maybe that's not the case anymore. So the ideas were made up by other groups. So they decided the scope. Right, so you're making an open world 3D RPG. Go for 10 days. And then they've just got to deal with it. You had the hardest game to make. Yeah. A good professor would take that into account. They'd be like, this is hard. You're not going to get the good grades unless you attempt something that's hard. So, may as well. Yeah, cool. Well, good luck with it. Hope it grades okay. Alright, that's framed animation in then. We'll do a tree next. What's next? Light. A light. Right. How does this work? Begin light. Again, there's 3 begin light calls in the canvas. That's maybe a little bit too many. I need to go through this and... Oh, it's in the properties. I remember now. So the properties should have in them level light properties, reflection bias. Yes, they do. See if that actually works though. I coded it, yeah. Yeah, every time to learn something new. If you're right at the start of the course, maybe the point was part of the point, what the assignment was, to learn some new things, and you might get graded. Might get a better grade for doing it. Right, I'm just going to make a cup of tea because I'm out and I need it to go to the toilet. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm back. It really depends on what they evaluate in, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh man. So if you're right at the beginning, how long is the course? If it's a multi-year course, all the people who fall asleep will just drop out anyway. Eventually. 2 years, yeah. So the way it works in the UK is, for a degree level course, the way it worked when I was at uni was the way it worked when I was at uni was the first year of the course actually didn't count towards the final grade, and then the second and the third year did. So I wonder if that's the same, something similar. So it gives you a chance to mess up early on, essentially, and then you can drop those grades. So again, let's just look at the bounds. Don't count to the final. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. I think the way it worked was, yeah, the first year didn't count anyway, and then you could actually drop, I think, a couple of grades, your worst grades as well, or one of your worst grades. So, you know, you did like 200 credits, and then, you know, you as long as you got 200 credits, you got your degree. So, and then you had to just basically pick courses to fill out the credits. So one course might be worth 10 credits, another one might be worth 30 credits, and then you could drop like your worst grade in one on the first month. Yeah, that's cool then. Congratulations on starting. Yeah, awesome. So what is the structure of the course? What are you going to move on to now? Again, I'm just going to draw the outline of the light to check it's correct. Another game project. 2 times the time. After that, I don't know. Alright, cool. Are you allowed to use another engine in this one? Or is it all got to be done by... Well, I presume they give you some tools. Keep forgetting about this. It's the light reflection bias. And is it all in C# as well, or are you going to start doing it in different languages? It's a cool frame to pause on. Right, so we get the reflection of this thing. Not of the light yet though. The light bounds is big. So that is because it casts out, doesn't it, the light. Because it's a glow. But it's correct, which is good. Don't know the exact details, right? Okay. I remember we got given one fairly big project, and we had to do it in Java. I remember. And that was an experience. Woot Dragon. Have I heard of concurrent containers? Maybe in the deep depths of time. Rings a little bell. I can guess what they are though. Microsoft has one. Yeah. Okay. Mainly C#, yeah. C#'s a great language. I like C#. You can do all the memory management stuff on it as well, I'm sure. You can definitely do like pointers and things in it. I've done that before, you know. I've had projects where I've had to actually use pointers. So it is all there, I'm pretty sure. I'm not entirely sure about the memory management. But you must be able to. You must be able to turn off the garbage collector. I want to make sure we can work within certain restrictions. Yeah. Cool. Tell me what you think of it. Alright, yeah, no problem. No shadows. I won't be focused on optimization when I work in C#, yeah. The parallel patterns, not heard of this before. Oh, I have heard of parallel for each though. Maybe that's, yeah. Okay, yeah, I have heard of this. Well, I've heard of parallel for each. Concurrent vector. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I have heard of parallel for each. Yeah, nice. Max 10 megabytes. Nothing about the game was optimized. Absolutely awful. So what did you use for rendering? What was it? Okay. If light Z is less than the reflector Z, continue. So we want the glow Z as well. If glow Z is less than the reflector Z, continue. No, we don't want to test the glow Z, just the light Z. The bounds is that. In add mode. I'll turn the ad server on. And then I'll know as well. Alright, cool. If not bound intersect reflector bounds, continue. Otherwise, we just draw it. You're back. Use monogame. Ah, yeah. It's the XNA, basically. It's XNA, basically. Yeah. Nice. No light, no light. No light, no music. So the props. Reflection bias. Right. So where do we put the bias? How does this work? Properties. I don't see reflection bias there. Built-in content manager. Ah, yeah. Compile time. Compile time C#. Is that a thing? That'll be cool. Maybe you mean something else. I don't know if it's a thing. Ah, yeah. I don't know if there isn't a... Well, I looked for like 20 seconds there. Some kind of const expr in or const eval in C#. I don't think there is that. People were talking about build steps, but that's kind of a different thing. You may be able to prepare your assets at compile time. Maybe. Right, so how does this work? How does this work? In the game board content, lighting. Let's do the renderer for normal. We do lighting.draw, which just draw light texture in world. Which just draw light. Oh, look, it's here. So it's in image width height, the image width height slot, which I think is here. Width height world. Now, is that used for anything? That is the question. Yeah, pass assets into more optimized binary blobs at compile time. Build script. Yeah, you could probably do it with Visual Studio. Or you could just write like, so this asset compiler has a checker. So it checks if it needs to be built. So it runs in the same program as the actual game. Or the actual editor, really. And it checks. So it loads up the list of game assets. So that's stored in a file, list of game assets, and it checks when it was built. Each asset was built compared to the raw asset changes, and then if they've changed, it rebuilds them. One-time compilation at runtime, yeah. Fu Manchu, I was beginning to wonder where you were. How's it going? Almost afternoon, yeah. One-time compilation at runtime. Yeah, that's what this asset compiler does, yeah. I've written them. So in a previous, like 2 engines ago, it was a separate program. I ran a separate program to do it. And that was in the build. But I found you spend a lot of time in the asset pipeline. So having it as a separate program just made it more difficult, basically, because it was a separate process, you know. Sleeping until late, living the dream, that's what I say. You were able to do that when you're indie. Be down at 7 in the morning, getting started. Didn't combine all static geometry into one image. Issued a draw call. Every single tile. There's one image with a translation matrix and a clipping rectangle. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. That's not necessarily bad. With a clipping rectangle, I mean, that's an interesting way of doing it. So you'd set the scissor and then draw the entire thing. And just scissors just on the actual tile you want. That's a novel way of doing it. It works, yeah. It's slacking a bit. Nothing wrong with that, it's Friday. Performance didn't get affected. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not too bad, to be fair. If you do a hardware scissor. Wow, that's cool. That is an interesting way of rendering. Two-thirds of the screen being the actual game, 1/3 being a menu, yeah. It'd die on a Nintendo DS. Yeah, you would. you would do a completely different thing, wouldn't you? You wouldn't even use C# probably. So Fu Manchu then. So when you go indie, you say you're going to make, rather than work on, are you going to work on your current one you've been working on for 10 years, or do you say you're going to do a 2D game to start with? Like a smaller game. An empty window on Windows with DirectX. Yeah. I think it actually these days uses more memory than on the Xbox, the entire of the Xbox 360. Well, it definitely does if you've got large, 4K buffers and things. Just for the back buffer. Yeah, and all of the stuff it needs. Yeah. Fewer colours. Yeah. Cool idea for a renderer, which people I'm sure do, which would be cool, nice to implement, would be a pixel art renderer. But instead of, so you get your pixel art files, and instead of just rasterizing them to the screen, building a renderer that renders it to the screen as geometry. Do you know what I mean? So every pixel in the pixel art is a quad, coloured in the same colour as the pixel in the pixel art, and you'd have like a vector-based renderer. I think. Do you remember Super Meat Boy? I think their renderer did that for flash files. So then you could have lovely smooth zooming and stuff with pixel art, and also do all sorts of weird effects. It'd be really good. The plan is to work full time on that game I've been working on for so long. Yeah. But if I see that working on a small itch.io game with my kid is an opportunity, I might do it too. Yeah, cool. So what is the game? So describe to me 30 seconds in the game, like what you would be doing. Turn the game on, load it up. What's the next 30 seconds gonna be? Or the elevator pitch, or something. I know you're building a computer in a computer. Well, that's basically it, really. It's on a space station or a spaceship. I will definitely. So if you start, I assume you're gonna stream it, making it. So I finish streaming at 3ish most days. If you're still streaming then, from 3 till 5, 3 till 6, I'll be able to watch. I think the problem is that you stream late at night and I'm asleep. Yeah, cool, yeah. So be able to do some co-streaming. I don't know how that works. You can do that, can't you? Even though we'll be working on different things. I don't know how that works. Some like co-streaming. You can have two people on two computers stream on one stream, can't you? Be able to do some of that sometimes. Yeah, something like that. I've not looked into it, but it'd be cool. But yeah, I'll be able to show up on your streams at like late afternoon. And I'll be able to actually. You do want, I think, for your game a tag, like and elevator pitch. Need to try and work on that. Mine is gardening in space, which makes, you could just say it and then it makes somebody be like, oh, what's that? I think that's kind of good from a marketing PR thing. Could try, yeah. Gonna continue working on a better platformer code today. Oh, nice one, Fanbjerg, yeah. All the maths wrong. Went haywire. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Been there, my friend. Thinking about the concrete gameplay, yeah. That's going to be good use of your time from now until January, innit? Just being like, what am I actually going to make? Nordal, thanks for the follow. Nordal 2. Concrete gameplay, and so sci-fi. Some cool computer system. Are you gonna have combat? I clip through the floors and stuff. Maybe something to do with normals. Yeah. Yeah, so what have you just got a piece of geometry that you're testing? Like a square or a circle? Often switch up positives and negatives. Yeah, it's very good. I think invest some time. Monogame should be able to do this simply in a line renderer. So you can just draw your normals and vectors out on the screen. That helps a lot. Thinking about it. I want some combat. But not planning on anything high paced. Yeah, this is similar for this game actually. Very light combat. So it's not like particular. It's not making Elden Ring. We're just, looting some enemies or some creatures, Test geometry and a playback system. All right, cool. Building the testing tools, yeah. So one of the tools should be a debug draw thing. That's absolutely vital. You need to be able to draw lines, quads, circles, triangles. Like I use it so much just to test, just to check everything, to check that your bounding boxes are in the right place and like they say, like the normals are pointing in the right direction and all that. Every single game engine on Earth has that. Got tired, yeah. Just a line renderer will do. You can draw everything with a line renderer. So you're going to be, Fu Manchu, is it going to be 2D or 3D? Yeah, so Monogame will have it. And then you just need it. You might be able to use it directly, or you might want to wrap it somehow. Monogame will definitely have the ability to draw a line. I am sure. Very likely 3D. Harder, but will suit better the ideas I have in mind. Yeah, cool. So you're going to use 3D models, or are you actually going to go the Minecraft route? Still a 3D model, but like procedural drawing of 3D models. Probably wrap it, yeah. It's not tied to Monogame, yeah. Certainly the Minecraft route. Simple art, procedural, yeah. I would advise that for sure. Nodal 2, how's it going? Drawing a line with the sprite battery in monogame is a pain. Drawing a line with a custom buffer is nice, but costs some extra work. Right, okay. Cool. I did so back in the 360 days, I built some stuff with XNA. When it ran on it might still run on the 360. I don't know. It used to run on the 360. That's my only experience though, so I don't really know how it works. Mind is Jolt for physics, Raylib, LibYojimbo. LibYojimbo, what's that? That's a mint name. If it's a pain, Fanbjerg, you could just wrap it. LibYojimbo. Client server. So you're going to do some MMO style things. And this given that you've only got a year, that is a lot of work. So you can wrap it, Fanbjerg. So I have canvas draw lines. It's not monogame, but you can have the same API, which just takes a list of points and a colour and a Z if you want to. And then it just goes from point to point drawing lines. That's the simplest API that you could have. So you could just wrap it like that. You have draw line and draw lines. Yeah, I have draw line as well. Which is just 0.1, 0.1 and a colour and a Z. Nodal 2, wrap it. Wrap it once, use it many times, yeah. And then I also have draw. Draw polygon as well, which is the same API. A list of points and a colour and a Z. But what the polygon will do is it will rasterize it into triangles, so you're passing a list of triangles essentially. Should you wrap it or wrap it up? I think both would work in that situation in English. Yeah. Wrap it up can sometimes mean finishing it. You wrap it up means, if someone says, can you wrap it up now? It means, can you just finish what you're doing? In a bit of an aggressive tone. It's a bit aggressive to say that to someone. But in this context, it means the same thing. Such a game to work, it'll have to have a single player and then multiplayer components soon after. A bunch of work. Yeah, yeah. Like Minecraft. Yeah. I have a mint, I think, is a mint game idea that someone should do. And that is twin stick shooter. 2D is fine. But it's synced to like hardcore trance music. The game is synced to it. So when you've got like the crazy massive boss coming on screen and you're this little ship, it's like building up the music, and then when it fires its rockets, that's when the drop happens, and then everything. Do you remember that game that came out a couple of years ago where it was synced to music? It did really well. It's like a 3D game that Microsoft released, what's it called? By Tango Gameworks. That, but it's twin stick shooter, I think it'd be an absolutely mint game. Just need a programmer. You don't need a programmer, Fu Manchu. Quite right. Wrap it up. Quite right. I've not heard it mean quite right before. Or quit right. Or quit. Wrap it up. It means finish rather than quit. It means continue what you're doing but finish within the next couple of minutes. It's like an aggressive way to say to someone, can you just stop what you're doing, please? Or can you finish what you're doing, please? Programmers can be replaced with AI. I reckon that's what the management think. For sure. For sure. I have game ideas. Need 5 programs, 1,000 artists, and $1 million. You need a lot more than $1 million, probably. You need $100 million. AI for static web page, yes. AI for complex. The thing I have with it is the prompts, right? And on a side note, I heard someone call them prompt engineers, like 2 days ago or something. The prompts would have to be so specific that it would be a programming language, probably. The prompt would be a programming language. Because it'd have to be, think about what a programming language actually is. It is a very detailed way to describe something. So you'd be a programmer, but you'd be programming prompts. If that takes more effort than to program the thing, I'm not sure it's got a good use case there. If you're doing something like make me a till system, then yeah, okay, fine, it's just a till system. But for something that has artistic input, or is incredibly complicated, you need a programming language to do the prompt. You need to be a prompt engineer. Fu Manchu, so 3D, sci-fi, bit of combat. Start off a single player, can have a multiplayer element. Bit Minecrafty. So survival. Some kind of survival. I'm curious about how many buggy systems and security flaws. Yeah. We've talked about this before, like as soon as you allow AI to write your code, you're going to end up with 1 trillion lines of code, and that'll make the product or the thing that you're trying to make unmanageable and brittle. A lot of the, I'm not saying it can never be done. A lot of these problems need to get sorted out first, though. I'll tell you who can be replaced by AI. Accountants, solicitors, anything that's completely deterministic in nature, like writing a contract, for instance, that's probably going to get replaced. Architects, you know, all that stuff. Deterministic programming projects, like a till system, where all you want is some buttons on a screen. Yeah, I can see that being done by AI. Right, we don't want to draw a polygon. We want to draw a light reflection. So it's this local bounds here, isn't it? So this is actually
Ads running soon.
Is it that? When will we get a prompt engineer as a recognised degree? Yeah. I just thought it was funny. It's like the term prompt engineer. It is going to be a thing though. You're going to have a degree in prompt engineering. Ooh, we have a crash. Where did this crash from then? What's happened there? I'll have to rebuild that. That crashed deep down in the renderer there. Prompt engineer is okay, but AI in the hand of capable programmers is beneficial. Yeah. Make the solution. So when a software engineer uses a tool to get to solution, not let AI make the solution. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. So I think AI is going to be, so the next generation of coders that come up, Copilot for instance, it'll be the IntelliSense. You know how IntelliSense was for us, where it's there, it's helping you, suggesting things, which is kind of what Copilot is. But the idea that it writes an entire system for you, like you could let it try and then go line by line through the code and check that it's what you want, but that probably will take longer than writing the system for experienced programmers anyway. Knowing what the problem is to solve to begin with, yeah, I agree with that as well. Right, so what's going on? We've got some problem. The viewport is negative. We're wanting a negative viewport. which we are not allowing for some reason, which I think is good. Didn't work out well for you, letting AI, yeah. So that's the other end of the spectrum where people get AI to just do the work for them. That's where it's a bit dangerous. Which we'll see absolutely tons of, I'm sure. It's going to make it harder for employers. Is this person legit? Or if you took ChatGPT away from them, what would they be like? Do you know? Difficult. Okay, so this is obviously being used to generate things, so we can't put it there. Sprite local bounds, width, height. Wasn't improving much doing it. My results weren't as good as enough doing it. Yeah. I think it's good to have as like a pretend colleague, but I wouldn't be copying and pasting code from it. If I'm learning, for instance, if I was trying to learn something, because then you get the brittle problem there, where you build up this big complicated thing that you have no idea how it works, and then it stops working, and then all of a sudden you're stuck. Don't use it to think for you. Yeah, it's to riff off, I think. It's to be like, oh, it's like doing a Stack Overflow search. So we got the width height world, which is being used to generate these things. So that's why we got them crashes. So what's this? Image width height. So this is it here. Props, reflection bias, white position. What is it? It's just position. Oh, why? I think that's what it is. Try and find the source of the claim. Yeah. I mean, that's all it is, really, isn't it? It's the internet. It's just AI is just a really smart way of cataloging the internet. So we need to do both of these places, actually. I have more than 20 years of experience and I'm using ChatGPT and Copilot. Yeah. Treat it like a junior dev. Need to review code. But that's the thing, that problem I have, is it becomes about code review. Does speed you up, maybe. Programming, for me, is not about reviewing code, necessarily. But yeah. Not learning as much. Yeah. I wonder if that's the thing, innit? It's all, there's probably a lot of things that will come out eventually in the wash as more and more people have experience using it, good and bad. So do you find a thing where, like, so say it speeds up a tedious task, will that learn eventually end up not looking after your code properly? Because you can just press tab and have the thing there, whereas it might be better to abstract it a bit, wrap it up a little bit, so you don't have to write that code in the first place. It becomes less effort just to press tab, doesn't it, than to think about the structure. If tab is the actual thing you have to press to accept the Copilot suggestion, and you end up with, I don't know, code that's a little bit verbose, maybe. Yeah, that's the danger, yeah. This is jolly music. Right, let's see what happens here. See if we don't crash anymore. Right. Still not drawing. We're not crashing though. So we're drawing it in the wrong place. This position.y isn't correct. What is this ending up being? In here. Bound center. So it's this. Which makes sense. I think that makes sense. In light, where is it? Yeah, so it's bounds, it's light bounds dot center. Y. Auto completion on steroids, yeah. I might give it a go sometime. Said I would be a good world leader. That's amazing. It's amazing it knows you so well, Fanbjerg. Alright. Position. Right, we need to put this, so the light position. Right, that doesn't work. Oh. Maybe, yeah. Maybe both. My concern, obviously, is that people become prompt engineers and not actually code the thing, which will be a coding thing. It's basically what C++ is to assembly, I suppose. That might happen. So this, let's just see where it's being rendered, because this is obviously not working properly. Running on VibeOS, yeah. Vibe IDE running on VibeOS. Microsoft Vibe. So it's after the camera index. Alright, I think I need to fix this and figure out what's going on. Fixing all the bugs in the world. Yep. In one prompt. Alright. Flag. Light. Oh, it's there, look. It is there. So why is it not showing up? It is kind of showing up. There's a little blue glow there. It's just kind of slightly in the wrong place. We need to shift it by some amount. I'm not sure what it is. It looks kind of off center as well. Maybe it is the origin. What is the origin? Origin. So we've got a minus or add the origin on. I've got to add the origin on or minus it. I'm not sure. So it's plus, we'll add it first, origin Y. Ride your Tesla Enjoy Autopilot with a driver's license. Yeah, I mean, licenses to code's a bit rough, I would say. Like, well, I don't know. Should be a creative thing. Coding. A license to paint would be a bit weird. Nodal 2. Degrees and certificates. Yeah. GitHub portfolio. Yeah, like proven. Yeah, you're gonna have to tighten it up somehow, aren't you? Because there'll be so many people who call themselves coders who aren't really. They just copy and paste stuff from. They are prompt engineers, for instance. You need somewhere to prove that you are. It'd be hard. So what is position? Come in. See it kind of there. It's just drawing it too far. It needs to come up a long way. Let's just do position.y. Probably the same value. Reflection bias as well. What is that? Minus 7.5. The light reflection bias. So it's minus 7. Whoops. Minus 7. Minus 7 position plus origin. So what is this one doing? So the build light quad one is the editor one. Is it not? It's draw light texture in world. Position. Minus 7, 1. So it's coming through at 8. This one. It's not 8. Minus 7 then. So what? Let's go back to here. Where are we? Oops. So it's minus 1 in Y. So it's minus 1.1, 0.75. Sounds legit. 25 million. Nah, you've got to have a few years of struggle first. Got to earn your colours and all that. So it's position.y. Right, let's just write some of these down because I'll forget. Minus origin dot y, which is 0.75. It's position minus origin. That's what's coming in. And then which is about minus 1.8 something. And then in the game level, Position is -6. So it's -6. The light balance is -6.18. What's going on here? Struggle even more. At this point, you want margaritas and chill. No, it'll make you hard. It'll make you hard. It'll harden you up to the realities of it. It'll be good for you. So why isn't this just lightbalance.center? That's what I want to know. Not why. This music's crazy. You find some really weird stuff on royalty-free radio. So can you tell me what that is? Lightbalance.center. Can you work it out without crashing? Ooh, come on. Let's quote Rocky, of course. Yeah. The thing is, it will also make you very good. Very good at being independent. Or self-employed or anything. Well, it can't work it out. It can't add two numbers together. Urgh. This is a 32 core AMD 9950X3D. Can't add two numbers together. Come on. And now it's stuck on a model that won't cancel. Isn't it mental why it can't do this? Alright. Gonna have to cut it off. Or Visual Studio. Guess I'll have to do it with a calculator. Right, so light bound center is the position. So it's this value here. So it's nearly 4 in X, in Y even. I don't know what that is. So we will just do... Whoops. What is it? Get debug draw. Draw world grid. Draw world grid. Canvas. Int max. So it says it's about 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually the position of the so we need the light offset position. That's the position of the base of the light, the actual origin of the light. So what else do we need? So we need to actually add on 1, 2, 3, 4, about another 3 something. So I think it's position. So let's just do this. Tick room. We draw the light. We want the light bounds. So light. So yeah, okay, fine. So it's the sprite local bounds translated by the sprite position. That we need to, so we need to pass in essentially the, so what's this? What would this be? This is the width height in world. So what I'm thinking I want to do is change this to the actual bounds. Call it world bounds. And this now is world bound center Y. and that's this. And the width height world is world bounds. Width height dot height. That's a rect. Try that then. So we don't necessarily need to pass in position either. No, I'll take that out if this works. Because that is just the sprite position. That is just bounds XY. There we go. Awesome sauce. So, we will change this API then. To that. No, not quite. Boomanchu, are you still there? So for your game, are you going to be like a character walking around? Or is it going to be like third person or first person? First person, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense if for a smaller game, definitely. And like, are you gonna do a full renderer with, like, how far are you gonna take the renderer with it for it? Are you gonna do like some pretty cool state-of-the-art lighting or anything, or are you just gonna do some stylistic lighting? All right, I've broken it there. So I think that's just world bounds center. Maybe. Because with 3D comes the opportunity for lovely lighting and things. Lovely lights and shadows. Ah, okay. Yeah. Simple as you can get away with. So what we want to do is dot the normal with the up vector, and there's your lighting. So why did this break? Using Rayleigh. Ah, okay. Does that do lighting and stuff then? Oh, here's the thing with doing this, is that that's not necessarily correct. That's not necessarily correct. Take it back. Take it all back. Really? So is it? So it's a renderer. It's not rather than an API. It will just light your geometry for you. Yeah, if you want really basic lighting, just dot all the normals with the up vector, and it'll be lit. It won't look very good though, but it'll be lit. I'm gonna leave it at that, I think, because yeah, the position is not correct. Was not correct. Animation rendering input window management. Really? So it's more than a basic API in it. Is this a project? I don't want a project showcase. I want what it can do. Look at that for oh, come on, why are you doing that? Can't put mouse over it. I like the look of the solid geometry and the actual outline. That's quite nice for a simple game. Top-down lights. Set up light. Set up light. Set up lights slot. What is lights? Bunch of light info. Move light. Draw light mask. Update light. Draw light mask. Draw circle gradient. Draw the light radius to the alpha mask. Very nice, very simple. Like I am GUI for OpenGL. How's it doing its light then? What's it doing? Draw the lights. Well, so it's doing lighting via masking the... That's a pretty slow way to do a light, I guess, if it works. I have to learn a bit more about shaders. I don't think this uses a shader. It's doing a mask. It's masking part of the... what is it masking? It's making a mask texture. And then blending that onto the actual color. So it's making a light. It's doing, it's like pre-compute light map. Basic lighting sample. Which one did I just go on? Top down lights. I'm in the right place. Examples, shaders. Shaders. Second one. Basic lighting. Oh, here we go. Cool. There's the shader. Where's the shader? Resources, shaders, GLSL. Resources. Add huge game studio, full of teams. Yeah. Story designers, yeah. I think like the 360 days especially were a boom time where the lighting.bs. There we go. Right. The PS. No. Nothing found for PS. Or FS. Fragment. So it's doing Phong lighting. Cool. Wasn't one dude behind the wheel. Yeah, if you want to go back to that era, it's probably in the 80s and early 90s, isn't it? It's the Doom days. We've got a bit more of it. Like, the indie scene now is good, though. Like, there are a lot of solo developers out there. Lost their credibilities. Yeah. So this is a Phong. So the Phong lighting shader is identical to what you would do if you didn't use Raylib, pretty much. So it really, you know, that the speed up is all here. So the light, how are they passing the lights? Create light. So that must be a call then. That's a call to Raylib. Cool. Yeah, so it's like more than just a, you know, the basics. Cool. Very easy to render stuff. Don't need to set up actors or anything, just framework. Yeah. Yeah. Very like OpenGL. That's OpenGL itself is immediate mode. Shadows in this engine are lighting is very different just because it's not 3D. Yeah, it was. I think about some of the Japanese developers, you know, like so Square Enix and Square before them. They used to make all the Final Fantasies up to like Final Fantasy IX. It's amazing. So is that lights in? I'm gonna say it is. So where are we now? So I'm just gonna basically inline this. So draw reflections now. That's it. Framed animation at begin light. End light. Sounds exciting, Fu Manchu. Sounds awesome. Yeah, you won't, if you're not doing, you know, if you're just doing basic graphics, you won't need to do much shader stuff. It's best to go stylized, I think, if you're doing something like that. Minecraft was very stylized at the time. Just using cubes for everything was not the normal thing to do. That's what made that game able to... that's what made that game finishable by a small team, is they chose cubes with, you know, N.L lighting. So Phong light, it's not even Phong lighting, just part of the Phong lighting model, which is just a bit of like one line of code to do all your lighting. It's the shaders to render the CRT style screens. Yeah. There'll be stuff on that. There'll be stuff if you go to Shader Toy. Weird CRT shader. It's the muscles from Brussels. I've implemented this type of thing in a game before, actually. This idea of really low res Alien style. You know, the film Alien. Look at that, that's cool. With these scan lines, visible scan lines, animating down. That's awesome. Very retro. Yeah. I'll see you later, Van Bjerg. See you later. Good luck. Good luck on the old. Hopefully you get a good grade. I don't know when you get the grade back actually. See you later. Shader top. Yeah, yeah. Get some good effects on there. I've made a so that it's not quite old CRT style, but the radar shader has a similar thing. It's meant to be like a low res kind of. So when I get to drawing things on it, so you can draw things on here on this radar canvas, but if you look, it's like it's cool and dynamic. Like it does do like it refracts things underneath it. You can't quite see actually. You need to put something underneath it. Oh. So when like things in the game, like this tree passes underneath it, it like bulges out, you know, like a fisheye style thing. It's very slightly, it looks cool. The big gap between building an engine, building a game. Yeah, that's it. They're entirely different things. It's an entirely different realm of game creation. Is not game creation as opposed to game tech creation. There's a Venn diagram where they overlap a little bit to do with, you know, the core tech, the core technology and that. But then, you know, the Venn diagram over a board game is probably greater with a computer game than with the actual engine development, I would say. Incredibly easy to do those things poorly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, sounds great for Fu Manchu, yeah. Take a peek at Shader Toy. Or I'll dig out my old CRT shader, wherever it is. It's not. I don't think it's on this computer. But I'll find it. All right. Take that away now. Trees next. Trees next. Yeah, okay. See you later, Fu Manchu. You've only just got to work 2 hours ago. Oh well, lucky for some. Doesn't matter now. You're indie. You can start at work and then finish 2 hours later. Right, so we need to put a tree in the level. Not this type of tree. A particle system tree. Alright, there's some ads coming. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea. I'm back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm on the tea today because my coffee got thrown away by the cleaner. God damn it. Mega bonk format, yeah, man. Procedural generation is also very good for replayability if you're a solo dev. They work well together. If you can algorithmically make content, you can make more content. Woot Dragon. Right then, so there's the tree. No reflection. Put it in. That's another reason why Minecraft was able to succeed, is because they could create a big game on a small team. Simple rendering, procedural generation for replayability. Yeah, they're the tickets. More inspired by, yeah, I'm exactly the same. I'm not really interested in procedural generation. Of gameplay anyway. Bit of procedural generation with level design maybe. You don't want to place every single grass blade in the level. Just means you need to make smaller, more handcrafted, shorter games, really. Handcrafted worlds, yeah. They take a lot more work, that's the problem. A lot more work. If you're trying to sustain yourself income-wise as an indie game developer, makes it much more difficult because they take a lot longer to make these games if you're handcrafting everything. Now, having said that, I am gonna handcraft this entire game. But I'm not looking really to make a sustainable business. I just want to make cool stuff. And I think procedurally generated gameplay is more techy as well. So if you're a tech person and you enjoy coding, you're going to be pulled towards that naturally because it's an enjoyable challenge. Whereas handcraftedness is more time in the art tool drawing, which coders don't like to do generally. Oh. We're already drawing the bounding box for the tree, and it's correct. I probably just did that a second ago and forgot already. Anyway, good. So we've got a little slot here for the bias, which we're calling shadow bias incorrectly. I thought we'd changed all them. Bias they're called. Because it's not just a shadow bias, any kind of bias that we want to pass into the shader. It's not a sustainable business. Yeah. I think it's a tough life being in it. If you want to make a sustainable business, you pick something like running a cafe. Or something traditional that's been around for thousands of years. indie game developer is not one of them. I think that it's not a sustainable. I feel like a long-term effort is not wasted. Yeah, it's not. I think it's not straightforward as like chuck out 10 games in a year or chuck out one game in 5 years. It's not straightforward to say which one is going to generate more sustainability, because people like to play the more handcrafted, more ambitious things in general, I think. Not necessarily, but maybe. So, if your 5-year game sells a lot more copies because it's more ambitious, maybe it's worth it. I don't know. But then you do have a single point of failure, as opposed to many points of failure. Single point of failure is always less desirable, isn't it? There's always the third option as well of becoming an indie game developer, and that is go and get a job 2 days a week working in a supermarket, doing anything, night shifts, whatever, to give yourself a bit of time every week to work on a game. That is the most foolproof way of doing it. It's just, you know, you're not aiming for mega bucks, you're going to be poor, but at least you can do it. You've got to take risks, yeah. You've got to do it. Like, I admire what Fu Manchu is doing. He's basically giving up his presumably well-paid lead programming role, selling his car to get some cash in, and I'm going to go and do it. And I think that is noble call. That is noble. Takes balls to do that. Especially when you got like a family and a mortgage and stuff. I've gone the other route, the third option, which is try and generate your money somehow, some different way to give yourself. Because what will happen is you'll get very, very good at doing the side hustle, and then you'll be able to spend over the years more and more time doing your main hustle, which is the game. And then you will end up in a situation eventually where you can do it and it is sustainable, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't sell because it's not your income source. And I think that is the future. Like, I think the idea that you can do this as a sole income, it's an impossible task. And if you get successful, it's probably just down to luck. Selling your soul either way. The thing is, I think you prioritize time. If you prioritize time in your life rather than money, prioritize time, then it's okay to go and work these. Like I think working in a supermarket, for instance, there's no shade at all. It's like you're prioritizing time, like mental time as well. Like if you have to go and work 16 hours a week in a supermarket, hopefully the tasks you're doing in a supermarket give you time to think about how, the design of the game whilst you're at work. So you're still working on your game whilst you're doing your other job. If you go and work in something that's mentally intensive, like another coding job, you're going to be too knackered to do your thinking, basically, because it's all going to be taken over. And if you prioritize time, you don't need to sell your soul, because then your time is, you can do with it whatever you want then. Yeah, you'll be really tired. You know, like, obviously, like, say, supermarket jobs are physically tiring. But the idea is you're just doing a shift or two a week, and you sell your car, you get rid of your mobile phone, you sell your house, or you downsize into what, and you just make the sacrifices in your life to sustain yourself with this model. And saying that means 4 days a week at a supermarket, 3 days a week on the game. The idea is because you're prioritizing time and you'll get better at that, you will probably be able to cut down the days at the supermarket or the cafe or wherever you want to work, and then spend more time. Over the years, you'll find that will happen. More time on the things you want to do. Yeah, so there's a temptation. There will be a temptation to chase the money. I think if you have a hit, chase the money. But I think if you have, say, the golden rule of your life is to prioritize time, you would step back and think, right, what do I have to do to give me my time to do what I want to do? And if that means making like DLC to keep the money coming in or whatever, as long as you want to do that, that is fine. But that might mean making a brand new game or going to do something else. The point is you don't chase the money. The point is the money's secondary to everything. Time is primary. You know, when you go for a job, you're not going for the highest paid job. You're going for the job that's going to give you as much free time as possible to program games. You lose passion chasing money. Exactly. So chasing money means like, yeah, you lose your passion, especially if, so it's not true for everybody, but for me, if I got a job in the games industry, I will lose passion for doing this because it'll become my job. And for me personally, like, crossing over my hobby and my job is a dangerous thing, because when I want to let off some steam and do my hobby, then all of a sudden my hobby is my job. So I don't want to go and do my job. I don't want to do on code. And then I have no hobbies because I'm simple and I have my only hobbies really, my primary hobby is coding. So I've fallen into that trap before where I've gotten jobs in the industry and it's made me not like coding, which is terrible for me because it's my number one thing that I like to do as a hobby. And also you'll chasing money often leads you into positions of greater responsibility, which means more stress, and all of a sudden you've got a very stressful life, and sitting down and trying to do your hobby when you're really, really stressed cannot be enjoyable as well. Depends what it is. If your hobby's walking, for instance, I know that is a good de-stressor, but sitting down to code when you're stressed out can be hard. So I've never chased the money in my life ever. When I got out of uni, I got a job in the industry, very quickly realised all this, and then got out, and I've lived pretty much my life with that mantra of trying to maximise free time, which meant I've basically been able to code as much as somebody who works at a full-time job, but I've always been able to do it under my own steam, you know, coding on things that I want to work on. So you still become a good coder, you just don't have the experience, I suppose, of working at AAA, what that would give you. You don't have that, which is fine. To sacrifice that, really. You want to do it, yeah. At least for me, I know other people work different ways. I know other people like will go into the games industry, or they'll go into a job which is their hobby all the time. Might be fixing up cars, and it allows them to shine because they're allowed. All of a sudden, they're allowed access to like artists, for instance. If you're a coder, I have artists now that are hired by the company, and we can work together. And some people shine, and they become very successful game developers in the AAA industry, for instance. But for me personally, it's not. It's been the opposite. I've never been able to mix my hobbies and my work. I have other hobbies. I'm not just like coding all the time. But, you know, I'll probably code until I got no hands left. Whereas other hobbies that I've had in the past come and go out of my life. Coding's been like there all the way through since I was a kid. And like, no matter what's going on in your life, you can always come and do a bit of coding. So it's a special thing to me. If you're having a rough time, you can just come and do a bit of coding. Take your mind off it. All right. Tree. So if the sprite type is tree, do this. Oh, we haven't copied all of it over yet. That bit. So we want Z. If Z is less than a reflector Z, continue. Whoops. The bounds equals sprite local bounds translated by the sprite bounds on sprite's position. And then say if the bounds doesn't intersect the reflector bounds, then we can't do it. Otherwise, we want the sprite dot reflection bias. Yeah, so that is the soul destroying bit. If there's no joy in it, yeah. There we go. That was easy enough. So currently they are all using this same. They're all using the same. Apart from framed animation. The same way of determining if we can draw a reflection. It'd be nice to put it here, but I think they all have to agree, which almost all of them do apart from the framed animation. It's a shame. Yeah. Alright, what's the next one? We've got rivers and ponds, but obviously rivers and ponds don't reflect grass. Grass is interesting because We are only reflecting some grass blades. Get caught up in the rat race. Yeah. That's it. You get caught. There's several ways to get caught in the rat race. Pressure's a big one when you're younger. Peer pressure. And when you get a little bit older, people get the golden handcuffs. Have you heard of the golden handcuffs before? Where you can't possibly face not getting the paycheck. You become like, it becomes part of it drives your anxiety. That's the golden handcuffs, which is common. See, a lot of my friends are in that. Yeah, so the golden handcuffs is that. It's where you work your way up to a decent paycheck, and then you can't walk. So you hate your job, but you can't walk away from the paycheck. And that's called golden handcuffs. You're chained to your paycheck. Something to watch out for. Yeah. And the other one, which is also very dangerous, is you're getting too much debt. That's also very common. You're getting too much debt. As you go through your life, you're getting too much debt. You have a car, you have a house, you have credit cards, which is sustainable with your high paycheck. See, it's not an option to leave because you're in too much debt. So my conspiracy theory is that governments love mortgages because they keep people in work, because it's an enormous lifelong debt, and that keeps them paying taxes because they're in work. So, that's my conspiracy theory. But Woot Dragon, if you're young, if you learn it now, then you can protect yourself against it. It's one of the bonuses of renting, I think. 32. Yeah. You're right at the cusp. You've maybe not got a mortgage. Have you got a mortgage? Depends on the mortgage. Yeah. It's very difficult, the thing is, to avoid it because rent is very high as well. But at least with rent, you can always go and move back in with your parents or friends or something. If you've got a very understanding parents and you want to become a game developer, you have that option. If you have a mortgage, you could sell it, I suppose. Renting, yeah. Housing is so difficult. The number one reason why people can't do what they love, I think, is that housing is so expensive. Like, it takes up most people's paycheck, doesn't it? Almost all of people's pay. If you get a very well paid job, you get a very big house. Like, I would advise getting a very well paid job and getting a very cheap house, paying it off very quickly. Probably never own a house. So yeah, in New Zealand, you're in New Zealand, aren't you? New Zealand, Australia is terrible, in it, for houses. It's very expensive. Got an Australian friend, and she's same age as you, basically. She's in Australia, moved to England from Australia. Their parents, they bought their house in Brisbane for $30,000, and they sold it when she'd grown up 30 years later or whatever, for $1.6 million. So they're de facto millionaires just by being born at the right time. And in some areas of the UK, it's like that. Not where I live, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Where I live, you can get a decent price house. Excessive amounts of money can be a curse, yeah. Yeah, it can take away people's motivation, kind of. I've seen that happen as well. That's kind of why I was saying to Fu Manchu, you've got to struggle first. You've got to struggle first. In any new venture like that, you've got to struggle first, because it hardens you up. It makes you better, and it is good for you. I think. Yeah. Everyone that I know has succeeded in business struggled first. And then people who don't necessarily struggle, say they hit on something that works immediately, which I've seen people do, they don't learn the vital lesson of what you learn when you're struggling in a business, which is protect what you've got that is working. And what they do is they use the success to grow. It's leveraged, and then they go bust. Whereas if you struggle, find something that works, that you keep it sacred because it finally works. And then it's sustainable then. So I think you do need to struggle first. Growth is dangerous. Need a replicator from Star Trek. Can you imagine? That would be awesome. I've run out of coffee. Well, I haven't run out. I had half a pot of coffee, half like a jar of coffee, and it's got thrown away. If I had a replicator now, I could just do coffee black. Right. So we need some grass in the level. It would be amazing to have a replicator. If you think AI would damage the economy, I think a replicator would really damage the economy, though. Yeah, 1,000 of them. Yeah. Apple bring out the new iPhone and then someone just replicates it for free. Is that the end of my funky music? That was good. That was the jazz playlist. Wow, there's a lot of songs. I'm going to just play some more jazz. It's more like lo-fi though, really. 3D printing, yeah. 3D printing, but like on an atomic level. So you could 3D print literally anything. Right, so we do have the ability to create the bounds of every single grass blade. which we might have to do for this. For this reflection thing. Right, so first and foremost, the grass vertex in it, we need to know if it's a reflector. There would be, it'd be mental, wouldn't it? It would be, in reality, in a utopian world like Star Trek, it's great. We don't really live in a utopian world. It would be something awful, I imagine. I think the holodeck would be cool. Imagine having a holodeck. Oops. So this is it's in the default level generator now for grass. For the mesh generator for grass, we need to put in whether the blade is a reflector. Is reflector. Terminator 2 is closer than you think. Skynet. Yeah. Man, when I was a kid, I loved that film. It's a great film. iRobot. Yeah. It'll be worse than all that. Do you ever see that film called, I think it was called AI? This one. Did you ever see it? It's grim. From what I remember, it's grim. Right, so now we need to rebuild the levels. Possible to time travel at some point. Yeah, I know quite a lot about that. We already travel into the future already a thing. I'm not being like a conspiracy theorist. It is a thing that happens with time dilation. Relativity. But I think it's physically impossible to travel back in time, from what I remember from my relativity classes. But forward is simple. Forward, straightforward. They do it in what's the film called? A Chris Nolan film. Sci-fi Chris Nolan film. Interstellar. They do it in Interstellar. Time dilation forward. Freezing the brain with cryocells. Time dilation is relative time, so it's our body clocks tick differently. If we are moving relative to one another. It's a fundamental physical property of time, according to Albert Einstein. So if you travel at the speed of light, your body clock relative to the person observing you is zero. Time is not passing at all. So if you travel at the speed of light for 1,000,000 years, and then you stop, no time would have passed for you, but 1,000,000 years would have passed for the observer. So from your point of view, you've travelled 1,000,000 years into the future. From your point of view. But you don't have to be travelling at the speed of light. It's any velocity. Any velocity. It just has more effect the faster you go. Back to the Future. This is forward into the future. To go back to the future, you have to travel backwards in time first. But look at time dilation. There's all sorts of stuff on it. Time dilation. The phenomenon where time passes at different rates for observers, either due to relative velocity or difference in gravitational potential. So that is basically how heavy you are. So if you stand next to something that's incredibly heavy, like a black hole, your clock slows down as well. That's what they did in Interstellar. Because that planet, there's a planet that was right next to a black hole. So you can see the graph of time dilation. So at very, very low velocities, there's not much effect. But when you start, so this is the speed of light, I assume. Yeah, and this is 0. When you start getting to a significant fraction of the speed of light, the actual time dilation gets very extreme. Until you're at the speed of light, where you've got time dilation of infinity, which is basically like no time passes at all. Yeah, have a read, or I'll watch from YouTube, it's good. Do you reckon portals will exist? I think theoretically they are possible as well, aren't they? They would call, in sci-fi, they were called wormholes, aren't they? That's what's in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Seen as we're on Star Trek. Yeah, wormhole, yeah. So we've got this thing called Drawgrass Submesh. Don't think that is gonna do it for us. Been watching Deep Space Nine. Yeah, I love Star Trek. This game's gonna be very inspired by Star Trek. I'm making. I've already done a couple of. I did the transporter effect, you know, the beam me up Scotty stuff. I much more prefer Star Trek than like Star Wars. I like the science and I like how geeky it is. I like all that, whereas Star Wars is a bit more action in it. So Drawgrass Submesh. It's not quite what we want here, because what we want to do is we want to kind of do it piece by piece. Could put an extra if. If you set the bias, then when we do his shadows, it will work. I suppose we could just do it one at a time. I don't know. Star Trek is, yeah. I've loved it since I was a kid. I think my favourite's Next Generation. And I really like Voyager as well, actually. Voyager's great. So we kind of want draw grass vertex in world. The problem with that is there's a lot of grass. There could be a lot of them. It means finding getting all the textures resident multiple times. So what do we need the submesh for? The textures and the index range. We've got draw grass texture in world. I think I'm just going to do draw grass vertex in world. Unfortunately, we need another one. And this is grass vertex. Level grass vertex. Just that basically. Let's put it nowhere near where I wanted it. It's alright though. So we'll just copy this. I think this is submesh index range count. Actually, rather than 1. This is 1. So this is... We need the texture index as well for this. Got the submesh texture indices. Thing is, we don't know what texture. We don't know what texture it uses. This vertex. We need the submesh for that. So this could be we could do this, and then at the beginning put U64 or size T really. Vertex. It's the vertex index, which is a bit of a weird terminology there. vertex index. Do this. Gotta chase your dreams. Yeah. You've got to make sure that money is what you want, really. There's money and time, but I don't think there's both. At least not for a long time. Ali, how's it going? Doing alright? Just putting last finishing touches to these reflections. Hope you're well. Me and Woot Dragon are just having long, deep conversations about life. Okay. Well, that seems to build. So we actually want to draw each individual vertex now for grass when we're doing reflections, not the submesh. The submesh draws a load of grass blades at the same time. The thing about reflecting grass is we are choosing which grass blades to reflect at the moment. So this would be in submeshes, sprite, submesh index, or index range. That's the vertex we want to draw, or we want to test. You got nothing really to show for it, yeah. Some people, that is their hobby. Money is their hobby. So for some people, yeah, it does work. Most people it's not. Get water. Don't have any water. I've got tea. Tea, will tea do?
Get water.
Thanks very much. I'd shrivel up if I didn't have tea and coffee, I think. I'd dry up into, I'd just be like sand on the keyboard. Yeah. Should have done X, Y, and Z. Yeah. Yeah. There's a thing, there's the grass is greener syndrome as well. See, I think everybody probably at some stage thinks like that. Should have done X, Y, and Z. That's often the grass is greener syndrome, where like, if I'd have just done that, I'd be more fulfilled and I'd have a better life. But that's not true. That's just your brain tricking you. The grass is greener on the other side. So when you start to have those thoughts, it's just like, that's because one human being cannot physically do literally everything in the universe. So there's always going to be some things that you've never done. I do think people do they do wake up and think, man, I've got an enormous amount of debt and I'm not really happy in my job and I'm stuck because I can't get out of my job because I've got an enormous amount of debt. I think that's a real, like, if people need to realize that early on, that can be a trap. Depends on your personality, because some people absolutely love the high flying, high paid pressure jobs. Inadequacies. Oh, I just mean like, oh man, I should have taken this career path, for instance. I should have become a tool developer instead of a gameplay developer. That's what I mean. And it's like, that's just grass is greener, because if you were a tool developer, you'd be like, oh, I should have become a gameplay developer. If you're a gameplay developer, it's like, oh, I should have become a tool developer. And it's just like your brain tricking you to thinking that the other side is better. When in reality, you just need a break, probably. I should have chosen this career. I should have done this. I should have done that. Regrets, basically. It's regrets. Mostly. So vertex is vertices v. I'm going to say if not vertex dot the wrong vertex, grass vertices. If not vertex dot reflector, continue. Something has to be sacrificed, yeah. And if you chase time instead of money, you're still making a sacrifice, because you won't be wealthy. You know what I mean? You'll struggle a bit financially, probably, but that's a sacrifice you make. So it's draw grass vertex in world. The vertex index is v, and then it's all these, and this is reflector. Now this is sprite, or is it v reflect? We need the reflection bias for an individual. A vertex reflection bias as well, which we don't have. Yeah, that's the grass is greener. I think literally everybody has made a choice. So there's no, once you've made your choice, you've made it, especially if it's years later. You just got to deal with it. You just got to live with it and understand that everyone is the same, in the same boat. Can be unhealthy thinking. So we want reflection bias as well. What you can do, which is what Fu Manchu is doing, is just go and do it. No matter how old you are. I'm not saying he's old, but you know, he's realizing now that he wants to give it a go. And that is awesome. Right, so we want v dot reflection bias is the blade reflection bias. And we do want to generate again the levels. There it is. I'm pretty sure the grass blade is reflecting. It looks kind of wrong though in the reflection bias. Let's just move the tree out of the way. The tree is so big though. Yeah, I think it's too high. So by reflection bias, I mean that there's too big a gap there compared to there. The reflection bias is like how far and why we are biasing the reflection. So what's going on there then? That's something to debug. First, we'll check that they're the same. So the reflection bias is 0. So if I move this, it moves the reflection. So we'll put it at 0.2 for now, so it's actually a real value rather than 0. Some people regret their whole life existence. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard. And you can feel differently about it at different times in your life as well. 0.2. So that's the correct reflection bias. At least to 5 decimal places or whatever it is. It's just not working. So we want the vertex. Seg count bias. So the bias seg count, so the position, the vertex position is -1/4, 7.2. We need to load it up in the editor, which is here. -1/4, 7.8. What is it? -1/4 minus 7.8. .2 there. That's kind of wrong. Oh no. That is right. Is it? No. Always be the struggle. Yeah. I think the universal problem we are all running from isn't debt, it's death. Death. I don't know. I don't mind the idea of death. Personally. Come on, Visual Studio. You can do that. -7.8. So that is correct. So we're at -0.25, -7.8. Bias is 0.4 there. And here it's 0.2. So what bias are we using for this? The cell reflection bias plus instance origin.y. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? There's a reason for that. I think that's because that means that zero reflection bias is right on the bottom of the texture. So we do want to do that. So this is sprite origin .y plus that. Once you're going to leave a legacy. Think about this. You've already been dead for 13.7 billion years, and did it matter then? Passing the torch. Yeah. You've got a kid, haven't you? That tends to be what people say about that. The legacy is the kids. No. Is it not you that had a kid? I was talking to someone that had a kid. I apologise. Solo right now, yeah. Yeah, legacy's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, that's not something I ever think about, to be honest. I'm not too bothered about that. Okay, so what is the... What origin exactly are we adding on here? So the bias is coming in at 4.8 there. The cell, the instance origin. And that doesn't get passed into the sprite, it seems. 2.8, 0.28. It's none of them numbers. Could pass it in there. Maybe we're just not passing it in. So it needs... So the instance origin, it needs to be in here really. So the reflection bias, do we have the instance? The cell instance dot instance. So this is the cell instance dot instance dot origin dot y plus that. Like a kid someday, yeah, cool. Yeah. To be remembered, not forgotten. Yeah. For me, it's like I'm just a bunch of atoms on a rock, so I don't really care about that personally. It's 0.2 still. Did it even build it? But yeah, I can see why people think like that. You're not generating. Why are you not generating? Am I changing the wrong thing? 23. Right, that's the correct reflection bias. There we go. So that's grass. Move that back onto there. Can actually just maybe bring this out a bit. Make it a bit bigger. Awesome sauce, that's awesome. So now, I think we just need to do the rig. We will put on his Morningstar loop track idle. And that about, once this is in, I think that'll be it for reflections. Entirely in the engine. Do some testing. So rigs. Draw animated rig in world. How does rigs work with reflections in the editor? Instance reflection bias. Right, so we need to pass the reflection bias into the rig, or the rig data. The rig something or other. First and foremost, this needs a bias. Don't know where bias goes.
All the lovely things we plan to do today.
Texture sizes. Alright, so it's bias, so it's this. I'll have a different answer. Yeah, that's it. It's your own journey, innit? Your own journey. Okay. So I think we don't have reflection bias in rig. Where exactly do we want to put reflection bias? Oh, we've got rig state. It's going to go in there, in rig state. Float reflection bias. Needs to go there. Needs to go there. And it's going to be a rig state dot reflection bias. And then in the level generator, We're doing rigs. Where do we where do we make the rig states? Level rig state. Dot reflection bias. Instance. Dot reflection bias. Then we need to build the levels again and check that we actually have a real reflection bias. It might be set to 0 anyway. Yeah, it's 0. So this is 0 in this case. So we don't need to tick it or set position, just need rig state, not reflection bias. What we want to do is just check, get the Z out. If Z is behind the reflector, continue, get the bounds out. Rig state. It's the rig we want. Rig, get bounds, dot translate by rig state position. Not sure about that. I'll have to test that. If not, bounds. Not intersecting the reflector bounds. Continue as well. Not sure about the bounds. We'll check the bounds is right. We can do that in the draw. We can't check it right here, even though we have a canvas to draw into, because this we're drawing into the actual pool, the reflection. So the actual bounding box will be in the reflection texture. We don't want to do. We just wanted to draw it as a normal box. Alright, we'll do it after tick. Check that actually works. This is good because it's allowing me to check that all the bounding boxes are correct for the different types of content. Okay, yeah, that's good. And it's working. Look, we're getting reflection. It's a little subtle actually to see. We'll do an unsubtle animation just to see the reflections really working. Yeah. Awesome. So that, I believe, is reflections in Arthur Ponds. We need to do it now for rivers, but it's literally the same. It's section equals river sections, sprite, content index. So let's just draw the section bounds. Section having it bounds as reflection bounds, which is what we want. So bounds equals section, reflection bounds should be translated by right position, maybe. Right, so we need to add a river in as well now. So for the time being, oh, what's going on? How do I just move this guy? Can't seem to grab hold onto him. Did work there. The click and drag, I think. It's cool though, isn't it? Alright, put that over there for a second. A river. We'll draw a river out. And put it right in the back. All right. So that's the river section bounds, the reflection bounds for the river section, which seems fine to me. That seems good. So draw reflections. So it's basically this again, except the bounds is this. Basically the same thing, it's just the same code. And that should draw all the reflections in onto the river in theory, unless I've done something very wrong. There we go. Great. Groovy. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, or a 2-minute break, and then we'll do some cleaning up, because I've got 20 minutes left of the stream, so we can't really do it to start. This would be the natural place to start thinking about shadows. Obviously this is a drawn in shadow there. That's a drawn in shadow. You've got a light here that should be casting shadows to all of these guys. Well, not the tree because it's behind the light. They're definitely that, and that. That'll be the next thing to work on naturally, but I think I'm going to have to wait till next week for that. So we'll just do a bit of clean up, see if we can get anything cleaned up and all that. Right, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right. There's a little bit of time left. Groovy music. So in the game board content, there is stuff in here that I don't need anymore, I think. Wow, this music is too bonkers. Bonkers. We need to do some work on sounds as well, because I've ignored sounds. I don't know how I want it to work. How I want to actually divide sounds up in the game data yet. So I'm just going to hack to pieces game board content, fix compile errors. Pretty sure we don't need stuff like this. Do we? Oh, we do need that. Board sprite. We probably don't need that. Board sprite lighting. Don't think we need that. There's quite a bunch. Board sprite window. Yeah, okay. This is a gigantic header file. Okay, so what don't we want? Board sprite? Probably not. Question is, do we want to delete one at a time, or do we just want to nuke it? Nah, we'll delete one at a time. Before we do that, we'll delete board sprite. And or should we do lighting first? I don't think this is used anywhere. Apart from in the board sprite. Yeah, we'll delete board sprite. No, we'll delete board sprite and board sprite lighting. What about board sprite lighting layer? Yeah, that has light file path in it and stuff. I'm pretty sure we're using that. We're using it in draw shadows, but we haven't implemented that yet. Yeah, look. Well, we've got like, so get distance field. Yeah, look. That's pond get distance field. Draw light sprites. It's in the sprite sheet editor. Right. Sprite sheet lighting is sprite sheet lighting. And that's sprite sheet lighting layer. So I don't think we do use it. Yeah, let's just get rid and see if this causes an absolute catastrophe. Board alpha mask. We won't do alpha mask yet. We'll do these. It's gone. Draw shadows, I think, is gone. Get sprite is gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. Get sprites gone. Gone. They're both gone. Alright, so that is relatively harmless. Look, quite believe there's no compile errors. We'll just run it and make sure. Seems legit. Check we can still run the game on the editor. Seems alright. Seems alright. I think we're good. We're good. Okay, next thing to nuke. So I'm going to check in every single thing that we take away so we can go back. Board alpha mask. I think it's gone as well. Board sprite window, may as well get rid of that. Board grass blade. May as well get rid of that. Board grass group. May as well get rid of that. Get rid of all them. So let's just concentrate on gameboard content.cpp and get all the errors out of there. Gone. 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 I think grass groups is gone as well. Sprite windows, grass groups, gone. Sprite windows, grass groups, gone. Get sprite windows, get grass groups, gone. Gone. It's very enjoyable deleting code. Gone. Gone. All gone. Gone. All these lines of code I'm deleting. Oh, very nice. Very nice. All right. Lovely stuff, that. Still good, still working. Didn't need any of that stuff. Alright, next lot of stuff. Board layer, pretty much sure we do use that. Brush to layer, we do use that. Brush to C bias, do use that. Brush shadow bias, do use that. Reflection bias, do use that. Game board content path instance, probably not now. So we can get rid of that next. Let's check in first. Make sure that we can roll back if anything goes terribly wrong. Well, that just built without having to change anything. That wasn't even being used anywhere at all. Board animated rig. Gone. So these have all been replaced by content brush instances. The new system. These things, which can hold all of the content types rather than have them all separate. Gone. Rigs is gone. On. Gone. Gone. Awesome. Delete some, close some of these windows now. Alright, cool. So what's next? Next on the hit list, board sound. Yeah, I think so. Board sound, board region. Nodal. Okay, no problem. Yeah, you can ask, you can chat whenever you want. It's nice, I like it. Thanks, I'll be back next week. But yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for the follow. I stream quite often. I stream like every day apart from the weekends. Yeah, see you later. I'm wrapping up as well, to be fair. Couple more minutes. Get sound. Fu Manchu, you're back. Hope you're alright. I've got a couple more minutes left of this stream and then I'm going to have to head off, unfortunately. I'm just destroying my code base. As usual. Right when I've finished, yeah. The thing is though, from next year I'll be able to I'll go and pick my daughter up from school and then I'll be able to just log on and start watching you. It should be great. I'll be able to put some hours into watching you instead of you watching me all the time. Find out some more about your tech. Should be lovely. Help you out with some graphics programming. Graphics programming is actually my background, if you want to call it that. Co-workers, yeah. Well, we already are, aren't we? I suppose. It's all platonic. Oh, Twitch didn't like that, Fu Manchu. You're in trouble now. Got all the reflections in today though. Sweet victory. There we go. Everything's reflecting. The pond up here is not actually. It all works in there as well, but I've just made a river to test it on rivers as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I need to add Streamboo to the filter list because I've noticed that all of these bots that post, you know, Streamboo get views, they all include the word Streamboo. Oh, it caught that as well. Clever, innit? That's very clever. You need to try 2 dots. Right, on that lovely note, Fu Manchu being a very nice chap, I'm going to call it a day. I'll be back on Monday, hopefully. Next week we're going to be working on shadows, which will be awesome. But yeah, thanks for watching. It's too good, Fu Manchu, it's too good. Smart bot, yeah. You need to use a good old traditional English slang insult. You probably won't know them. Right, I'm gonna have to go because I need to go and pick up my kid from school. But yeah, you too. Have a nice weekend. And anybody that's still watching, thank you very much. And I'll see you on Monday. See you later.